This. This. This.
Good afternoon from wherever you're joining us from, either online or on site. It's a great pleasure to have you here on day 2 of AIS 2022. Today is AF Star Day. My name is Susan Otieno and I'll be your MC throughout the day. But first, let me give you a few house rules. We are still in the era of COVID-19 and we are asked to observe all COVID-19 protocols. That means masking and keeping social distance. At this moment, we will keep the plenary to 50 packs. This is an announcement for on-site participants. We will keep the plenary at 50 packs. And once the room fills, we have provided an extra room where delegates can follow the meeting at in that room. But in the next to plenary, in the next room, you will find another room. And delegates in this second room are requested to either watch the meeting or join the meeting on Meeteco. We're having a little bit of a technical challenge and delegates in the second room won't be able to come to the microphone. So we ask you to use the Q&A section to ask your questions as we continue. So for those in the plenary, please avoid joining the meeting on Meeteco. You are enjoying it live, okay? So I'll take us through what AF Stars are. We call them AF Stars because they're African stars. They are organizations that constitute the African internet ecosystem. The idea is for setting up the AF Star organizations was to help them support internet development in Africa, and it dates back to December 1998. The first meeting to set this up took place in Cotonou, Benin, and was organized where African internet pioneers debated on the theme of internet governance in Africa. This was the first global meeting on the internet governance to discuss internet governance issues in Africa. Now, today, these are the organizations in the African internet ecosystem that are part of the AF Star and still growing. We have the African Network Information Center, which is AFRINIC, African Network Operators Group, AFNOG, who are our hosts for this meeting. The AFRINIC Government Working Group, AFGWG, Africa Computer Emergency Response Team, Africa SAT, the African Peering and Interconnection Forum, AFPIF, African Registrar, AF Registrar, African Research and Education Network, AFREN, African Top Level Domain Organization, AFTLD, African Internet Governance Forum, AFGIF, Internet Corporation of Assigned Names and Numbers, Africa, ICANN Africa, and lastly, the Internet Society Africa, ISOC Africa. At this point, we will start this session by an opening and a keynote statement. This session will be moderated remotely by Mr. Pierre D'angelo. Mr. Pierre D'angelo, the floor is yours. Thank you. I come back again to ask for Mr. Pierre D'angelo. He's trying to join together with our keynote address. They'll be online shortly.
Well, in the interest of time, perhaps I'll just try to occupy the space for some time. I'm aware that both the moderator and the keynote are making efforts to join us. So very soon we'll have them all, and then we can start in earnest. But since time is not on our side, at least I can begin to engage and maybe say a few words, maybe even repeat some of the things that Susan has already said, just so that we all begin to focus more closely. I'd just like to thank you all very much for coming, and it's certainly a pleasure for us to welcome you to the public AF Star meeting at AIS 2022. It pays to look back at our roots a little bit. So the roots of AF Star was at ISOC INET 95. Not yesterday, not 2019, 95, at the Network Technology Workshop. And this particular workshop I'm referring to in 95 was held in Hawaii. Of course, Hawaii is beautiful, but not like the paradise. But we were at Hawaii. And there was a group that met on the sidelines of the INET, which was the Internet Society INET conference. And it also came with a network technology workshop, which later on became like our AFNOG. But anyway, we met on the sidelines of that event, and the topic of our discussion was how to better include Africa in the whole global plan of building the internet. In other words, we were insisting that at the global level, Africa is placed at par with its colleague regions. And so we had a side discussion. Now, as a result of the side discussion in 95, INET 96 program committee, meaning the following year, the program committee accepted our plea, and they actually hosted the first of a kind meeting that was focused strictly on Africa. In other words, we made enough noise that the global community felt that it is healthy for us to have a discussion on Africa, to understand Africa's interests, perhaps Africa's needs, to see how best the global community could include us even better. Now, it needs to be said that the global community actually reserved space for us, even though we're not ready. In other words, if you look at the way the namespace are divided, you could see they did not try to decide what is Africa or what is a country. They just borrowed some standard that existed and said, well, we will just use them. That's an example. So the INET program committee understood this very well, and they then arranged a symposium, and the symposium was called the African Networking Symposium. And this was held in Montreal, and the historical theme itself tells its own story, because the theme of the symposium was beyond basic connectivity in Africa. Imagine in 96, when we didn't even have any connectivity, we didn't really have much of the connectivity today we enjoy, but we're already worrying about going beyond. I want to share some of that spirit, meaning the spirit was, let's quickly finish with connectivity and let's move on into adoption, let's move on into getting the benefits of the internet and so on. So that was the spirit. Well, then as things advanced and we're getting to 98, when there were discussions around what shall we do with, you might say, the operator of the administration and coordination of the internet, meaning ICANN did not exist. And so there were discussions on how we shall go about establishing ICANN, in essence. So at that meeting that was organized by our own Pierre D'angelo, and I'm just burning time to see if he will join, then he might carry on. But it was organized by Pierre D'angelo, and we call that the Cotonou Conference, and the outcome is also known as the, okay. Now, an update was presented, and in that update, the title was Emerging African Internet Institutions. In other words, even in 98, there were some signs of institutions emerging or with an interest to also collaborate. So the title of the presentation was Emerging African Internet Solutions, and it turned out to be a proposal for an AF star, meaning almost like our own version of, RFC of sorts that try to describe what each of the institutions might do to complement each other and so on. In there, it mentioned a list of institutions and the roles they will play in the ecosystem. Since then, of course, we have also followed with interest the global organizations referred to as I-Star, and also in the other regions, AP-Star. It's all about the same philosophy. As Susan mentioned, currently we have a number of institutions. Some of them are under the umbrella of Internet Society, some of them are under the umbrella of ICANN. But the ones which are strictly standing on their own are the very ones that you know, meaning you are familiar with Afrinic and AFNOG, and because they share the same community of operators, so these two in particular have a lot in common. Then we also have our CCTLD, Federation or Community of CCs, that's the AFTLD. Then we likewise have our own union of the research and education networks, and hopefully you will have chance to hear from these groups as well. We have our emergency response teams also being coordinated, and we also have our registrars. You know, that's a new element, right? You are familiar with registries, such as you have the TLD, CCs, their registries, but we also have registrars whose task in the 3R is to be putting things in the registry on behalf of registrants. Then we also have .Africa, which also started quite early, okay, but it did not mature because all kinds of also challenges along the way, including in some of the pains that are caused by litigation, which delayed .Africa, but we have .Africa participating with us, and of course, ISOC and ICANN. Any sign of Pierre or Andile? At our last meeting, public meeting in March this year, we identified a number of current issues our organizations in AF-STAR are facing. And we concluded that the issues the organizations are facing fall in two areas. The first area is enhanced cooperation among our organizations and communities. And the second problem that we also identified was a need for improved engagement of the community. In other words, the community itself needs to have better quality participation, and so we have to engage. Anyway, today, what we would like to do is not dwell so much on the problems, because I think these two bullets, meaning the enhanced cooperation and the improved engagement, really summarize where we are quite well. So what we like to do is to proceed to discuss further the potential solutions for the issues. And that's what the main purpose of today's meeting is. And you can see when you look at the program, it's so structured such that we're able to follow through this discussion. Anyway, I look forward to hear the leadership help us derive the solutions. It is our intention to grow our organizations, and we are looking for constructive ways to improve the organizations in our usual open way. We will for sure not follow those who are desirous of destruction. We are builders of internet in Africa, and we will do everything we can to continue the building of the internet in Africa. And we are more likely to do what we can do together, but not what people dictate to us. So as long as we are together and the ideas are constructive, that's exactly what we will follow. We're not going to follow the naysayers. We're not going to follow those who say Africa cannot do anything right, because we've done a lot right. In fact, if not for Africans, perhaps we will not be here with the motivation that we have. I guess I've reached the end of what I might say to open the meeting, and I'm just hoping that Andile is on. our Pierre is on and we can continue the program. So thank you very much for your attention.
At this point, I will invite Mr. Pierre D'angelo to take us through excuse me. Sorry for that. I'm back again to welcome Mr. Pierre D'angelo to take us through AIS' organizational updates. And I will welcome all the on-site panelists from AFNOG, from AFRINIC, FTLD, .Africa, and the rest are joining us online. The floor is yours. Pierre, over to you.
Okay, thank you. Good morning to everybody. We are starting earlier our session, but this is good because we have 9 presenters, and so some of them I know it will not be easy to keep them in the window of 5 minutes. So we have 20 minutes. This can help us to manage the situation. I think after the speech of Dr. Nikeno, it is everybody has a clear picture of the African ecosystem, and this ecosystem has been built one by one, and now we have about 10 pieces that are going to be presented to you from now. And it is a pleasure to introduce the first to speak, Eddie Kayoyura, CEO of AFRINIC. Eddie, are you online? Or maybe he is physically present there in Mauritius? Eddie, good morning.
Good morning, Pierre. Can you hear me well?
You have for 5 minutes. 5 minutes is the maximum. The challenge is 3 minutes. If you have 4 minutes, you will receive congratulations. Okay, thank you.
Challenge accepted. So good afternoon, good morning, everyone. And it's a big pleasure to welcome you here in Mauritius in the first AIS meeting and the first hybrid session. You can see that there are some few glitches here and there, and we are believing in continuous improvement, and this is what we're doing. So I'll take the challenge and say that I'm sure you want to hear more of different situations that AFRINIC is going through, but let me start with the salad first before I serve you some of the dishes that I know you want to hear more about. We've started a project called Jenga, and in Jenga, we've been discussing about it because we think and we know that Africa is not a country. Africa is a continent, and we need to get as close as possible with our members within their countries, because their countries have different realities, and we want to be relevant to our members. The project has been planned in multiple phases, and it's only few weeks ago that we managed to scale it a bit more. We had a small pilot in Congo Brazzaville, in Benin, and Côte d'Ivoire. And a few weeks ago, we managed to reach more than 200 members. In some places, it was not as good as what we wanted. But then, because of my second minute that is almost gone, let me also mention that we face a situation that we update you on a lot, which are the different court cases. Becomes sometimes a bit difficult to count them, but we are still here, standing on our feet, serving you and making sure that your internet continues to operate properly. So I think so far, allow me that, we've got approximately 36 counts of court cases. As it stands, I believe we still have 16 that are still live. And I also want to just say one thing as I conclude. When you look at the cases, try to find those that are actually coming from Africa. Thank you.
It deserves another round of applause because it was very difficult for us. And thank you, Eddie, for having our flag up on the internet. The second speaker will be coming from AFNOC.
Mr. Pierre, I would like to interrupt you a little bit. We have struggled to get Ndile on site, online for his opening speech. I'd like to request that you allow him to make his open speech, then I can leave you to continue with your session.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Ndile, over to you. And welcome. It has been a long journey. It is nice to see you.
Please, please accept my apologies. I had a challenge on my side. The problem was on my side, not on your side. Thank you, Chair. Please, again, accept my apologies. Again, it's a great pleasure that I'm invited to come and talk to you, you know, in 2022. What I will try and do without taking too much time, again, is just to do two things. One, reflect on the past and give context of where we are, and then talk about the future. I'll try and do this in a very short space of time. Colleagues, I mean, as a continent, we really come very far as this community. I think, if I may say, thanks to some of the people who really have driven this industry over the last 30 years, who happen to be in this meeting again today, me, Pierre, and many others. I just want to take a few minutes to reflect in that past, because for young people who are here, who have a responsibility to take this industry forward, it is a past sometimes that is not really well articulated. When ICANN was formed in 1998, there was a process that led to that. And those meetings saw an African participation that really was characterized by the situation in our continent in the late 80s and the early 90s. An environment where we were still in the pre-mobile era. We were still in the era of monopolies, i.e. in the form of telcos in our countries. We were still in the era of dial tone. We were in the era of pre-DSL. But the community here almost continued to drive the growth of the internet under very, very difficult circumstances. When policies of a number of countries were not really open, i.e., you only had the national operator that would deliver all forms of communication. But thank you to the leadership that actually drove the internet in Africa to make sure that the internet is not seen as a subset of telecommunications. That internet governance must stand on its own and with the principles of multi-stakeholder be upheld. When in a number of places, it was very difficult and people saw internet as something that must be controlled by either governments or regulators. It is a period that when you look where we are today, it looks very simple, and yet a lot of people have scars in their backs, fighting for that independence, fighting for that multi-stakeholder platform that must be established. It is a history and a background of our industry that we must never forget. We must appreciate the work done by those who fought tirelessly against governments who really did not want to recognize the internet through policies and regulations. It is something today when we sit in this meeting, planning the future of IPv6, planning the future of Internet of Things. It's a past that we must never forget as an industry. I wanted to pay tribute to all those who have been active in that era, making sure that this community, making sure that this industry must continue to plan its future outside the realm of telecommunications. I will not go and talk about the meetings in Dubai in 2012, 2011, 2013, which that same attempt surfaced. It is something that we must always keep an eye on. How governments want to regulate the internet. We must keep the spirit of the internet as a multi-stakeholder platform. That is something that for the last 30 years has been at the center of our work. It is something we must preserve and protect into the future. We must never thought that those battles are over. As we get into the era of data, these battles are surfacing again in another form, in the form of data sovereignty, in the form of data residency, in the many other forms of quote-unquote security. These are the same battles that were fought in the early 90s, in the mid-90s, pre the establishment of ICANN. I therefore call upon all of us to continue to be vigilant in protecting the future of multi-stakeholderism, and the future of the internet. We are today talking about multiverse. We are today talking about the future of blockchain, the future of DAO, the future of tokenization and fractionalized architecture of the internet. We must not lose that foundation and the basic principles that drive our industry. I'm not going to go in and take a deep dive into the pains of Afrinic that Afrinic has experienced in the last 18 months and 2 years. We must protect and preserve the future of IP addresses. The fact that Africa is well endowed still with IPv4 and IPv6, it is all our responsibility to protect and make sure that that infrastructure is protected for the future generations of Africa. As I conclude, Chair, I really would like to say that it is all our responsibility to preserve that architecture of multi-stakeholder model. As we get into this new terrain, where now the debate has shifted from the internet, but the debate is about data. In my own opinion, the fundamental principle of an internet that is governed by a multi-stakeholder must apply in the way in which cloud, in the way in which data governance, in the way in which all these policies are being discussed. We must not allow that these internet principles to be compromised as the debate shifts from the classic internet debate to data. The world is very different today. We must continue to preserve the past in order to build the future where everybody will have access to the internet. That has been the objective of this community, and then it will continue to be. So in summary, Chair, I just wanted to really say, under these difficult conditions of post-COVID, with all what is happening in the world, we must never, ever to compromise the basic principles of the internet as a multi-stakeholder platform, where its governance belongs to all of us. This is a platform that belongs to society, to humanity. We must preserve it for the future of Africa. And therefore, I really want to thank you for inviting me and apologize really for some of the technical glitches that I experienced earlier. But that is the only message I wanted to commit. Let us preserve the internet as much as we can. Let us keep the principles of the internet, even in the modern debate. When internet is closed in a country, whether an OTT platform, that is a challenge for all of us. It is not a challenge for internet activists in that country. I therefore really think that that activism of the internet must be kept alive as we get absorbed into the future of technology. We must not forget the basic principles of governance. These challenges are not ending. They change in character and form. Thank you very much. I really appreciate the time you gave me.
Okay, thank you, Andile, for your continuous support to the ecosystem. And here you have written the most important thing. The fight is continuing. The fight is not finished. And thank you very much for those words. And we have a pleasure to have with us Pierre D'angelo, who got connected. Pierre, can you please take the floor and speak for 5 minutes? I know that this is a challenge for you, but I hope you will do it. Pierre, can you speak? Pierre D'angelo. It seems that Pierre D'angelo could have some, maybe some technical problem. I see him online, but I don't know if his mic is on. Pierre, can you turn your mic on? Okay, so we are going to use the methodology of Dr. Keynote, save time. Later on, we will come back to Pierre D'angelo. So I move on, and I would like to see if AFNOG is ready. AFNOG is represented by Nancy Dopsey. Nancy, are you ready? Okay, so Nancy.
Hello, everyone, and a warm welcome to you all. On behalf of African Network Operators Group AFNOG, it's a pleasure and a privilege to give our updates for the AFSTAR program. AFNOG was established in 2000 as a technical capacity and community building organization for network operators and IT engineers from African universities, research institutions, government, industry, and civil society. The Secretariat essentially coordinates the activities, solicits sponsorship, sort of finances, produces reports, etc., under the direction of AFNOG management. The inaugural AFNOG workshop and conference was held in Cape Town, South Africa in the year 2000. And we have since then run 22 annual workshops, tutorials, and conferences in 20 African countries. AIS'22 and 21 AFNOG conferences were held virtually due to the COVID pandemic. In order to keep the community engaged, however, we continue to run workshop tutorials prior to the main AIS conference. It's therefore a pleasure to have met some of you here physically. Thank you. The AFNOG program is largely youth-based, with an average age of participants as 22 years. We also have gender-based training for ladies called AFNOG Chicks, where training is organized exclusively for female network engineers. This helped in growing the female participation in the workshops from 1.4% in the year 2000 to 30% currently. The Internet Society and Network the World supported us massively in this, and we are most grateful. AFNOG program, which started with 2 workshop tracks in 2000, has grown to 6 or 8 workshop tracks, given in English and French respectively, depending on the preference of the country host. Aside from the 5 days workshop, which involves application, selection, and admission processes, we also have various 1 or 2 day tutorials, and then the technical conference, which is open to all. Our instructors across the globe volunteer their time manually to impart knowledge and build capacity. Instructors determine course content and periodically update course materials to conform with current trends. Thankfully, our international instructors graciously transferred knowledge, and as a result, we now have more African instructors in the workshop tracks. We owe our instructors a debt of gratitude. We have had 21 country hosts over the years, and such countries are colored green on the AFNOG map. 3 countries which hosted it twice are colored purple. We thank them all for the support. Regional representation in the workshops vary, with East and West Africa being the largest participants, followed by Southern Africa, then Northern and Central Africa. We therefore need to do more to engage Northern and Central Africa to participate more. We also need to reach out further to increase participation from the Francophone countries. There were challenges along the road, but we chalked some modest successes as well. We could not have achieved any of this without the support of our numerous partners and sponsors over the years, and we thank them sincerely for believing in our vision. 22 years is a long time, with lots of lessons learned. These lessons are helping us shape and improve our capacity building program. Currently, our successes over the years seem like just a foundation for bigger things as new aspirations and new challenges confront the technical community. And it is our hope that we'll continue to meet the needs of the African internet community. Wish you all a good meeting, and I hope you enjoy the conference. Thank you.
I was about to give you more time because you are the only one lady speaking in the name of the AF Stars, and I want a second round of applause to show all the ladies that room is open for ladies to come in the AF Stars. Okay, thank you. And now I think we have pleasure to welcome Pierre D'angelo. Pierre, are you ready? Pierre? Are you sure that your mic is open?
Hello? Hello, can you hear me? Okay, sorry for that. Good morning, everyone. And my special congratulations to the organizers, and apologies for the technical glitches. I'm certain part of them are coming from my end because of kind of bad connectivity you had this morning. But I suspect I don't have more than 2 or 3 minutes to talk about Afrikaans, which is ICANN's presence, in Africa, and what we've been doing and what are our expectations. I heard a great speech from Nee, and also my good friend Andile, who really set the stage for Africa's, future, what I might call battle.
Okay. Yeah. I lost Pierre D'angelo. Pierre D'angelo. Okay. He wanted to do less than 5 minutes, but now the technical condition have decided that he will make 1 minute. So there is something very important, a stake very important. It is education. Nancy spoken about the education, the expert education through AFNOC. But there is a challenge with the universities. We have people that are trained at the university before they come on the field. And for that, we'll have pleasure to have Mr. Omo Oyaya from Afren. Omo, are you ready?
Yes, I am, and it is.
Thank you, Omo. Okay, the education. So you should show the young people that you are able to stay in the window of 5 minutes. Of course.
Well, I will try my very best, but I also want to remind you that AFREN is 3 different organizations covering West and Central Africa that I represent. North Africa, where my colleague, Dr. Yusuf Torman from AFREN is in the room, so he will take a couple of my minutes. And our colleagues in South and East Africa, the Puntland Alliance, who are not here, but we will also present an update from them. So let me quickly go through the WACRAN bits. So WACRAN is the West and Central African Research Network, like I said. My name is Omo Oya. Next. So I thought what I would do is, the theme has been about, the fight, the battle for making sure that we make Africa stronger. So WACRAN was founded in 2010. We really started working in 2011. As of today, we have 17 members. UVCI in red, the virtual university in Cote d'Ivoire, is our latest member. So you can see our members span across the countries in the West and Central African region. And I thought it'd be nice to put some colorful logos there as well. Next. So this is, I thought we were in AFNOG is the African Network Operators Group. So networking is one of the things we want to talk about here. We started to build the network some late 2017. Alain, I know who you're sitting in front there, sort of put the first links together. So right now we have 3 aggregation POPs, 1 in Accra, Lagos, and Abidjan, and we have 8 POPs connecting the countries. We have connected a total of 8 members now. So we also have data centers. Again, the keynote speaker talked about keeping that data in the country, data residency and sovereignty. We have data centers in the region, in Lagos and Accra, in what we call the WACRAN Cloud, which we are scaling. I thought it would be important to also refer to the things we're doing now, that build on this network. So we are in the middle of developing an overlay network across the WACRAN backbone, connecting high-performance computers in the region, and the first collaboration of that sort in Africa. We're also developing what we call, in the research education community, a global exchange point in Lagos. Now, these are like internet exchanges where research organizations cluster. So that particular one in Lagos is going to be across the wax cable, connecting another similar global exchange point in Cape Town, which is already connected through Angola to Latin America. So that's a South-South collaboration that we think is beneficial for Africa. And we're also scaling the WACRAN Cloud, like I mentioned. Next slide. I thought I would round up with a sense of, and give you a sense of what we are doing above the net. Again, in the same, trying to fight the same battles that we need to provide for Africa here. So there are a number of applications and services and initiatives that we are very involved in. We're big believers in open science being the next level of knowledge in the academy. And within that particular initiative, we are deploying a number of open access repositories and research data management systems and servers in a number of countries, Cote d'Ivoire, Nigeria, Benin, and Burkina Faso for a start, but that's also in collaboration with our partners in North Africa and East Africa. One other area where we are actually trying to create some value is in identity management. Now that's a very sore point across the continent, especially in our higher education. We're doing that in 2 ways. One, we have an initiative called EduID.Africa, which is a collaboration between the 3 regional events about federating identities and interconnecting them with other global peers. And another product that is in development called Bonafide. So to federate identities, you have to have robust identity management in higher education. At this point, that isn't exactly as we would like it. So Bonafide is a cloud service for research networks and rents that provides tenant-based identity management. COVID showed us a lot of things about how we could strengthen e-learning in the country, in the continent. So we have a new project that we just launched. We are piloting in Burkina Faso and Benin. It's called the Africa Digital Campus. So this is e-learning driven largely by video, but video that stays within the continent. So to do that, we have these meeting connectors that we deploy in countries. So by deploying this in correct locations connected to the internet exchanges, we're able to pair with telecom providers to keep the traffic local. So the processing of the audio and video is done locally within the country, and that sort of improves the usability. We like to measure what we do. The Wakra network was from the onset designed with internet measurement as part of that design. So we have a global project called Persona, along with the other projects that you're probably more familiar with, the RIPE anchors that Afrinic very kindly provided us with, to measure our networks. The last service I thought I would mention is a cooperation platform called Trustbroker Africa. Security was another topic that was mentioned. So with Trustbroker Africa, we are establishing CSETs in higher education and NRENs, and Trustbroker Africa is a platform for collaboration and service infrastructure to service that. Of course, we are engaging with Africa CERT, it's providing some support for that initiative. So I thought a brief idea of what we're doing should set the stage. Thank you. So maybe Dr. Thurman can have a couple of words as well.
What we on the to help and improve the education of the people. This is very important because we are working toward the knowledge society, and it is important to have a lot of innovation coming in Africa. And network we are doing between the universities is very strategic. Thank you very much. And we will have the pleasure to listen to Ali Arji Madi.
Okay.
Ali,
let just, can you give me 5 minutes? Not 5 minutes. I try to do this just following Omar's presentation. So that's me, Yusuf Thurman.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Go ahead. Okay.
I will do my best to save the time. I will do my best to. My slides are designed to make I can make it in even shorter time. So please, my name is Yusuf Thurman. I represent AFRIN. So we are part of AFRIN. So if you see AFRIN, we are Africa all together. There are no borders between us, so we work all together. AFRIN is responsible for North Africa, in addition to the rest of the Arab countries, including the Arab Sub-Saharan and all the Arab countries in Asia. Next, please. So let me share some updates from my colleagues at Untitled Alliance. It's that they are now they are not here, so they shared some 2 slides that I will present to you very quickly. Untitled Alliance is responsible for East and South Africa. They are doing very good now. They have there are more than 100,000 institutions are connected, or 3.4 million staff are also connected to the network. So this is the map where they do look. The priority now, actually, on the pipeline now is Ethiopia and Botswana, and they have started their own cloud infrastructure. So next, please. Next, please. So for ASRIN, most of the countries are nearly connected. We are trying to connect Libya. The others are connected directly or indirectly. Most of them are to Europe, not to within the country. That's a challenge that we are facing. But however, most of them are connecting now. Next, please. We are lucky. We are trying to, together with the European Commission, DG NEAR, and the European Investment Bank and Africa, to establish the Medusa cable. We are trying to make use of this Medusa cable to connect North Africa to Europe in the near future. Now the project is under negotiation, nothing concrete yet, but the project is confirmed in terms of budget and planning. Next, please. One of the things that is open science, so we are doing a good following the LibSense initiative together with our colleagues at WACRIN. So we have established good activities. Among them, we are working on establishing the regional harvesting infrastructure in cooperation with Latin Americans, La Francia, which will be deployed in our region very soon. It will be open also for Africa. Next, please. The next again. So we are at ASRIN. We are working on our cloud infrastructure. We established our pilot infrastructure, technological and services, and a lot of services are now we are providing. But also we are discussing to go wider in terms of cloud services. We are discussing with the global cloud providers to see how we can bring that cloud service to our region in a wider context. Next, please. We are now focusing on science communities to avoid elongating the time, so making use of the time. We are working with specific, very special science communities like Group on Earth Observation, GMSAND Africa, that is led by the African Union, African Light Source, and also African Radio Astronomy, Radio Astronomy Partnership, and more. So we are now in touch directly with communities, so that we can identify their needs and see how we can enhance our infrastructure to support them and provide them with the appropriate services. Next, please. We are engaged also in various global activities, mainly the COP26. We have been there for COP26 in Glasgow, and we are now will be also available in the Climate Summit COP27 in Cairo. In addition to the international, the Science Summit during the General Assembly of the United Nations, and also we are part of Intergovernance Africa Internet Summit, and so on. World Science Forum also is among the other activities that we are participating in. Please, next. I invite you to be part of the Arab Science Cooperation Summit. It will take place during the United Nations General Assembly 77. In September 2022, it will be in New York. You are invited. I think that's my last slide. So thank you, and sorry for taking much more time. This slide is about science triangle. So maybe I'm promoting science cooperation between Latin America, Europe, and Africa. So we call it science triangle, and we hope to develop the appropriate infrastructures and means for collaboration between scientists and researchers in the three continents. Yeah, I think that's my last slide again. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Youssef Torman, for this update and for the great project. We are happy to hear about things that are moving very fast. And this is good news for all Africa and for African integration. Now, I think we will be able to listen to Ali Aji Mamadi from IFTLD. I think he is there. Ali?
Good morning, good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. I will be representing Ali as the Vice President, Vice Chairperson of the AFTLB, so I'm Angela. Yes, sorry about that. So,
because I know Ali very well, you know.
It's okay. Yeah, we
Okay,
just
you are welcome.
Ali. Yes, thank you. I'm just gonna share a few slides with you here.
So I mistake Veramule is population to AFTLD.
Yes, sir. Okay, good afternoon again to everyone who's joining on site and everyone who is joining us online. It's such a pleasure to be representing the AFTLD this afternoon and giving you updates. So I'm just going to quickly go through the slides because I understand I have 5 minutes. So for those who might not be aware or it's the first time attending this meeting, the AFTLD simply represents different TLD managers as a focal point for discussions that stimulate policies that affect CCTLD globally as well as capacity building. And we also represent the AFTLD in a global position or also in regionally as one voice. So that's basically what the AFTLD does in short. For our membership, we have about 34 members, if I'm not mistaken, and quickly that's just who we have there online on the screen. So just to go through a summary of the activities that the AFTLD has been up to, I did speak to capacity building, so we have been involved in a lot of activities in order to help the community gain more skills. In terms of technical, we've done technical trainings through ICANN Africa, we've done trainings through the ISOC, activities around IDNS. We've also done technical trainings to onboard new CCTLDs as well. We've done technical trainings around business continuity, as we also value the stability and security of the DNS system here in Africa. We've also done this in partnership with the TLD Ops. We have been working on a very interesting project that brings measurement to the continent in terms of marketing information that speaks to domains. And we are working with AFNIC as well as College International, which has been sponsored by AFNIC towards this project. We have also been engaged in multi-stakeholder discussions, as it has been alluded this afternoon, that this is something that's key to this work. So we have been encouraging different local countries to have local DNS forums in order to encourage local participation within the countries themselves. And so far we've got around 6 that have done this. I think we've shared Zimbabwe and a few others, and we're also looking forward to South Africa and a few countries as well. We have been working with 2 countries towards delegation, that's .gm and .gq. We also do work at the ICANN itself, as some of the tasks, come cascading from the ICANN strategy. So we have the president himself being the counselor, one of the counselors in the CCNSO, and I, as the vice chairperson, sit within different working groups like your IGLC, as well as the recently formed committee, which is the DNS Abuse Standing Committee, that to address DNS abuse within the CCTLDs themselves. So in terms of how the work is collaborated within the AFTLD itself, we do that through working groups. So we've got the technical working group, we've got your research working group, your marketing, which has been very active within this past few years, trying to communicate the value proposition of CCTLDs. Why would you prefer CCTLDs over GTLDs? and things like that. How do you make your CCTLD more marketable? And we've seen these initiatives really work, especially during the pandemic, where we had a lot of domains being registered. We also have your universal acceptance working group, which speaks to your internationalized domain names. And as you know, local content is one of the topics here in Africa that I would say are important. We've really tried to present this message through this working group to say what would be the value proposition of having an idea and something that is able to present local content and still accept you on the internet. We also have two other groups, which are your constitution review as well as your meeting working group. So who is eligible to join? All this membership is open to everyone who's part of the AFTLD, and you have a maximum of 5 members per working group. And these working groups are chaired by the ExCom members themselves. Of course, there's a mailing list, and members can be part of these groups for 1-year term, and then you can also go for another term. And of course, you have to report the work to the ExCom, and the ExCom can then present these findings to the community, etc. So I think that's the rest of my presentation. For more information, you can visit the website at aftld.org. Some of the members are also joining online, so you can also interact with the chat. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for sorry. We have the pleasure now to welcome Jean-Robert Untume from Africa Cert. Jean-Robert.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Tech support. I'm not sure if you have my slide and if you can share it. Okay. Yeah. So thank you very much. As you all know, incident response is affected by many factors, and among them are socio-economic factors, goal and aspiration in the cyberspace. And the COVID area pandemic has brought many challenges on incident responder within our ecosystem. So our activities during the last 2 years has been focused on 2 things: strengthening the existing partnership and increasing teams' capabilities to respond to incidents. Can you share the next slide? Yeah, so I will go very quick here. You all know the history of Africa Cert and also our 3 main items of work, which are capacity building, cooperation, and maturity enhancement. Can you go the next slide, please? Yeah, so what I would like to focus on is our activities related to technical assistance during the pandemic period. And as you all know, we have several line of items. For the sake of time, you will have this slide. I will move to the next slide to talk about the specific activities that we have done. So we have been conducting a couple of technical capabilities, capacity buildings, and also webinars on specific issue. You all have heard about SolarWine and Log4j. for example, supply chain attacks and vulnerabilities, that have prompted the need for our incident response to improve their capabilities. So we have done a couple of webinars with industry partners, such as Microsoft and MOG, to bring the information at the disposal of various incident responders, but also giving them the ability to build partnership to be able to respond to those issues. We have engaged ICANN on DNS abuse discussion and activities. Teams, and there is a pilot going on because one of the notices is to be able to understand what is happening within your network or within your economy or within your scope, so that you can bring tailored response to that. So we've been working for some time on threat intelligence projects, and one of the activities is to use passive DNS to be able to understand what is happening. So there is a project going on within a couple of teams, a pilot project that will spread later onto the whole Africa CERT members. We have also noticed an increasing number of ransomware attacks within the ecosystem. So we have done a couple of webinars, and mainly with Palo Alto Network, which is internet infrastructure vendors. Again, the same idea is to improve teams' ability to respond. You have probably heard about Africa CERT partnership with FIRST and the activities that we have been doing since 2005 to enable African teams' capabilities to be included into the global cooperation CSERT community. And every year we support a team or two teams through various kind of sponsorship to participate into the global forum. And every year also we organize the first Africa CERT Symposium. So we have done that this year. So there are a couple of topics. You will be able to see that online. And we have also been doing a lot of exercise. One of them is to test the team capabilities to work together, but also to respond to various kind of incidents that they have faced during those 2 years. So we have conducted a large-scale Africa cyber drill. And the interesting fact about that is that only African teams were participants to that, but also we had the participating of teams from the Asia Pacific community and also the OIC CERT community. We have also started an initiative with F5 through a gamified capture the flag event to test student abilities to spot vulnerabilities and issues in application. The second edition will happen shortly. Next slide, please. And then in terms of training, we are building and capacity building. We have engaged, and this is delivered through what we call membership work. So we are building what we call the African League of Trainers in terms of security, incident response, and etc. And we have partnered with a couple of certification providers. Offensive Security, that is not here, for example, has given a voucher through Africa CERT to a couple of teams so that they can improve their capabilities on penetration testing. We have a partnership now in place with AIS' that enable Africa CERT to deliver a couple of certification of CIC². The next one will be the CISSP program on June 15. We have partnership in place with CompTIA for their security certification. PACB for things related to ISO certification, and LPI, Linux Professional Institutes, for a couple of their certification related to Linux. And then build new partnership. We are currently working with African Telecommunication Union on a standard project that will span across the whole African region. We are part of the African Union DFC community, which is also a project from the African Union and the Global Forum of Cyber Expertise to improve capacity building in Africa. The Forum of Incident Response Team, and we are currently pushing an initiative with the academic seat to enable them to get more involved in what is happening in terms of academic teams development, and also being able to leverage the resources over there. We are part of ITUT SG17 for Africa, which is the study group related to security. And there is a new framework, X1060, related to cyber defense centers in development that we are taking part of. And for over 2 years, we've been working with Smart Africa, and we have just joined the cybersecurity working group. So to be quick and to be on time, Pierre, that's all I have to share now. And for more information, you can, next slide please, you can write to the Secretariat or have more information on AfricaCert website. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Robert, for all of the work done. And while people are in front of us, you have started a very big thing for them with the certification. This is very important for all the professionals, and I expect that many people will join to take advantage of your new activities. From now, I think we have Pierre D'angelo, who should be online. I've been reported that Mohamed Diop and Luki are not being able to join us, so we will not have presentation from and Afri Registrar. But I think for Afri Registrar, we had a look from Keynote, and maybe for Africa, I don't know if somebody can put a word on that after Pierre D'angelo. Pierre, are you ready now? Pierre D'angelo, are you ready?
Can you hear me?
Yes, your mic seems to be on. Welcome back.
Thank you.
Your camera.
Thank you very much.
Maybe you are using a mobile, as your end is mobile, and with the mobile it's very difficult.
No, definitely I'm on my mobile because I'm on the road actually.
Okay.
But let me quickly tell exactly what Africa is doing in Africa. Sorry, what ICANN is doing in Africa. And of course, as you probably all know, ICANN is that corporation that's in charge of coordinating what we call the resources that makes the internet work. So it's going to be about, your IP addresses, your domain name, the root server. So all of this I can coordinate, of course, with others within the general ecosystem of the internet. So basically, we are in Africa with what we might call now a strategy, which is a document that laid up what exactly ICANN will be doing in Africa. And that document has been written and reviewed by the African community itself. So what ICANN does here is only support the implementation of that strategy, knowing that most of the thing we are doing here is make sure that Africa contribute to the ICANN, to the different working groups of ICANN, that ICANN be also present in a position of leadership, and also Africa is active in working groups. Because as you all know, ICANN can only be seen in two dimensions: the technical coordination that I spoke about, but also the policy development with regards to these resources. So it is quite important to be present. So one of the things we do from Africa, in terms of the staff we do have, 3 from what we call GSE, 2 from OCTO, all of them doing engagement, all of them doing technical support as well. So all we do here is make sure that we do implement that strategy. Participation of African at ICANN has been growing, and I can also commend the community, because for the last 2 years of the COVID, we have seen that participation has not diminished. So thank you very much for attending all of the many webinars that we've been organizing. I will quickly, Pierre, mention 1 or 2 things that our community should just take away from everything. Of course, the strategy is also about developing some sort of capacity building in managing your DNS, for instance, securing your DNS. All of these are quite important. So we are having so many workshops here and there at country level, but also at regional level. So all of this is happening. We are having some successes. We do have close to 10 countries, I believe, that have signed their zone file. We would like to be doing more than that one. We do have what you call our DSEC, which is quite important. The way you apply those security tools that we do have, and that's going to really make your destination, I would say, secure. So things are happening, and we would like to also do more than that. Now, I would like also to maybe you don't know about it, that ICANN launched 2 or 3 months ago a project that we call the IMRS cluster project. In fact, this is ICANN managed root server, you know. And we do have this cluster project, which is quite different from your distinct, I would say, root server, you know, instances that you have in your place. That one is a cluster that is here to serve whole region. So for Africa, the first IMRS cluster project was announced 3 months ago, and it's going to be in Nairobi. Of course, thinking also about others. But the most important fact to return here is that that IMRS cluster project is going to make sure that connectivity becomes much more faster in the region. And we are seeing this as something quite massive. We've already installed such a thing in places, like Singapore, and we have seen the difference in terms of latency, but also in terms of the opportunity that is opening up. So that's a big project, and certainly by end of December, we'll have that one already installed in Africa, and we'll be thinking about the second sort of cluster. So quite important. Now we are going to launch a project that is called the CDA, which is a consortium for digital Africa. Not much to say about that so far, except that we are going to develop a few projects with kind of collaboration with different partners. More on that will be coming sometime in the upcoming WTDC in Kigali, Rwanda, where we certainly are going to talk about a specific capacity building project for CCTLDs, and others like universal acceptance, and also like the DNS roadshow with a very new project that I want to implement. Anyway, all of these are things happening, also things that are going to happen, and I would really much like to invite all of you to be able to support and also to be part of it. So thanks for the opportunity given to us and given to me to be talking to you. And I know my good friend Pierre is just want now to stop me. He's right. But yes, I wish all of us a good F-star meeting. And back to you, Pierre.
Thank you, Pierre, for those words. It is very important for all of us to remember that everything that has been done on the internet at world level or at Africa level has been done by volunteers. Volunteers since the beginning. And it is important at this time that we pay tribute to the pioneers. And you are one of the pioneers with Nicanor, Aina, Robert, Adiel, Apnoga, who is online, all of the pioneers that contribute to that. Today, it is amazing to see all the young people connected and ready to join. So we will keep with the struggle to achieve two things. The first thing is to protect African interests, because as Andile has mentioned, governments cannot do the job. By the past, before the internet, it was easy for government to protect the national interest, but now people and volunteers should come on board, because most of the organization are based on volunteers, and they are making the standards, they are making the laws, and if we are not there, we will not be part of the world who is building up now. And the second thing is that we should remember that we are actors on internet. We are not consumers, because sometimes we believe that this is too much for us. We can do anything, but from all the presentation you have seen here, you should be proud that Africa has done a lot to be present at all the levels of internet, having and a complete ecosystem. There is a lot to do, but we are not afraid because we know that you are engaged. And it is on those words that I want to conclude my session, asking you to engage. Keep engaged. And don't look at your neighbor if they are sleeping. Just look in your heart, in your mind. You are African. You should have African flag to stand up over the internet and everywhere you are the ambassador of AF organization. Thank you very much for following the session. And I hope that for those who are not yet members of the AF Star, this is a start today to make good decisions for you and for Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Pierre Wadrago. I think what I didn't mention was Mr. Lucky Masilela has a presentation. He's recorded a video, so it will be played.
Sorry, I was upset it was not online.
I know, it's a lot of multitasking.
Okay. Oh, so we are lucky to have Lucky with us. Where is he? He's coming?
He's recorded a video and sent it to us.
Okay, okay.
So it will be played shortly. Thank you.
Good day, fellow colleagues. I would like to tender my apologies for not being able to be with you at this August occasion. However, I think it's worth noting that having come out from this COVID lockdown, which has really turned the world upside down, it is only a pure pleasure that some of us have been able to travel to the face-to-face or this hybrid AIS meeting, which is being held in Mauritius, a beautiful country indeed, full of warmth and lovely beaches. As we extend this message of support to the Africa Internet Summit, we want also to state categorically clear that we are still upholding the mandate that was given to us by the African community of administering the domain name .Africa. We are steadfast in the course of growing the domain name across the continent. In the last few months, we have embarked on a campaign of growing the domain name .Africa. The campaign is a follow-on to previous campaigns around Asante, Africa Rise, and now we have Africa Rise 2, which has been launched and it ends in September. We would want to encourage all African registrars across the continent to take advantage of this campaign. One, as of July the 1st, all creates are being reduced to the most minimum value that you can think of. It is going to be more affordable than a can of Coke. Visit your registrar to get that domain name that you want. New creates 1st July, reduced. The campaign will continue until the end of September, which means all names across the continent's CCTLDs can be accessed from our accounts at 0 rate. However, still speak to your registrar for that. Going forth, as of the end of September, all creates renewals will be at a reduced fee. So what do you think, Africans? This is your moment. This is your name. This is your identity. Take advantage of it. Register now, get your domain name, and be a true African. Be a true patriot. I thank you.
Thank you, Lucy. So it is a great time for everybody to South Africa registration with the name of your company, your family, everything. And so you can show to the world that you are African. But thank you for this presentation. And this is an evidence where it has been hard for Africa to defend Africa interests. But we succeed when we are united together to fight for Africa. We always succeed. This is the learn from North Africa and need to do the other things in the way. Being together to achieve all the good goals that are on our way to the knowledge society. Okay, I think this is the end of the session, unless Mohammed has joined in the meantime. Mohammed, no, he's not here.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, Pierre. It was nice. It was a nice session, and congratulations. You've made it to the impact time. You've made good use. A hand of clap for you. Thank you also to our panelists. I will allow you to take your seat. At this point, we will go for a 10 minutes break. But before that, I would just like to notify all those who registered for the FGWG session that is taking place tomorrow to kindly go RSVP at the reception. Thank you all and have a good break. We will be back in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, Docs, can you hear me?
Hello, hello, Adiel. Adiel, can you hear me? I think he left. Okay, he's coming back. Hello,
Hey,
Adiel, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
I can.
Can you see me with my new friend?
Of
I
course
I
can
got a
see.
new friend, but I'm sure
All
you know
right.
this friend, this old friend.
Looks like.
Okay.
So, by the way,
Maybe Adiel, you should be looking for your panelists, so that we can save some time and we start on time.
looking for them like what?
As most of them are online, you can just start calling them and see if they're all on
Yeah,
unmutable.
I have passed the lists to the secretariat to check the list and promote them all to panelists. So they are doing it.
So, hello, can you hear me? I just want to confirm if you can hear me and you can see me. This is Didier. I'm one of the panelists.
Hey, Didier.
Yes, Didier, we can hear you from Smart Africa, right?
Yes, correct. Correct.
Okay.
And also to check if you have my slide also ready.
Okay. Yes, yes. We have your slides. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello, Virenga, can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me? I can't hear you, I can't hear you.
Can you hear me
Yes,
now?
now we can hear you now.
Okay,
We
great.
can hear you. Okay,
Great,
you are
great,
joining
thank
from where? Addis Ababa or Nairobi?
Harare, Zimbabwe.
Okay.
Hello, everyone.
Hi, Pierre. We can hear you. Thank you for being on time. I think at this point, I hand over the session to you to do a panel in terms of enhancing collaboration and cooperation among organizations in the AF stars. So at the moment, I think all panelists are online. Sorry, Adiel, I called you Pierre. Hi, Adiel, over to you.
Thank you very much. And my pleasure and honor to moderate this panel. Happy to see you all, even though it's virtual. So the panel I will be moderating today is about enhancing collaboration and cooperation among organizations within the AF Star ecosystem. With me today, I will have representatives from 4 organizations that are part or becoming part of the AF Star. Most of us are remote. We do have one that very well represents the panel on site, which is Angela Matlapeng from AFTLD. Angela, if you are there, you are happy to join us by coming up.
Yes, I'm on site.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. My other panelists today are Jean-Robert Huntome from Africa CERT, Verengai Mabika from ISOC Africa, and Didier Nkuriki Yimfura. I hope I haven't, mispronounced your name, from Smart Africa. The 4 of us are remote. I myself will moderate this from Montreal, and we'll start. The way I plan to lead this is that I will give a brief introduction to AF Star, why it starts at the first place, and then I will give my panelists 3 to 5 minutes each to present themselves and talk a little bit about their organization and their perspective on the topic, and then we'll try to save some time for interaction with the participants on site and remote as well. So if during the presentation and the talk you have questions, please note them down, and hopefully we will be able to take them. So briefly, this is about collaboration and cooperation among AFSTAR. The AFSTAR is a loose-end, informal platform that has been put in place in the 90s when the internet has started. The goal primarily was to create an environment where emerging organizations that were looking at the technical governance of the internet at the time, I must say that, to work together, to exchange information, to support each other, and to allow the ecosystem to grow and match what is going on elsewhere in the world. It has started with very few organizations. Afrinic was not created then, even not AFNOG. It was mainly the AIG. It was some African chapter of ISOC. It was some CCTLD organization, and so on. Over the time, then, that collaboration has nurtured different initiatives, different groups, to now create organizations like AFNOG, AFTLD, Afrinic, Africa CERT, Africa Registry, and so on. So the ecosystem has evolved naturally, holistically, without any formal structure. And that's the idea originally when it was created. Now the environment has greatly evolved. Many of those young organizations have grown, matured, and most importantly, developed their own ecosystem with their community that contribute to their proceeding and so on. So now that we are seeing the growth in the ecosystem, we are seeing organization maturing. The question that we will try to address during this panel is what next? How that collaboration that was meant to nurture new organization can evolve to support the maturity of those organizations. During the public session of AIS' a few months ago, the keynote speaker, Andile, asked an important question as to what is the new goal of AIS'. We should be clear about that goal and focus our effort toward the goal. So I will try to explore that as well with my panelists to see how we can strengthen the AIS'. We can continue growing its footprint, and also thinking about initiative, about things that we can do together to strengthen that link between the different organizations in the ecosystem. If you haven't heard about AIS' before, I encourage you, while the panelists are giving us their background, to go to AIS'.org, which is the website that gives an overview of different organizations of the AIS'. And the panel, just to precise, the panel is just a short representation of all the other organizations to address and talk about the topic we have in hand today. So I will start this first part of the panel discussion with Angela, who is on site, representing us very well on site. Angela, I will give you the floor for a few minutes to introduce yourself and talk about your organization and its perspective within the AIS' ecosystem.
All right, thank you, and good afternoon to everyone who's joining in and those who are on site. My name is Angela Matlapeng. I am the Vice Chairperson of the AFTLD, or the Africa Top Level Domains Organization, here on behalf of the President Ali Haji Maji. He's also joining online, as well as other members of the AFTLD. By virtue of affiliation to the AIS', as mentioned earlier on in my presentation, we bring together different TLD managers to discuss different policy topics that affect CCTLDs within the region, as well as drive capacity building within the region, whether it be policy or technical capacity building, as well as affiliate those different CCTLD managers to international organizations such as ICANN, where now the view or the voice of Africa is well represented by AFTLD as one voice. So that's how we affiliate to the AIS'. We've done quite a number of work with different other AIS' organizations like the Afrique I had mentioned earlier on. We are also in collaboration with the Africa set, where the liaison person dealing with DNS abuse within the region, as well as other cybersecurity matters that affect domains in the region. So briefly, that's what the AFTLD does. I think we'll discuss more as time goes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Angela. And AFTLE, of course, is one of the early organizations in the ecosystem. I will now move to Jean-Robert Thomas. Jean-Robert, you have a few minutes.
Atiel. My name is Jean-Robert Thomas, and I am one of the coordinators of Africa CERT. So as we started building network, connecting to the internet and developing application, they need to set up security and incident response team to be able to respond to those incidents, but also being able to work together to share information, good practices, and develop proactive steps arise. So our Africa CERT was formed on 3 pillars: capacity building, cooperation, that is the theme of today's meeting, and also maturity enhancement. And we do it in several ways. Through technical assistance, teams to teams, or at the network, at the Africa CERT network level, education and capacity building, ensuring that teams have access to tools, technology, standard, and resources. Participating in public policy debate related to our work, operation, and cybersecurity at large. Coordinating the incident response and security community within the ecosystem at large, and facilitating critical incident resolution through the support of one another, but also through international collaboration. And we also have an activities of incident response of last resort, and that's even one of the things that we try heavily to coordinate with the AFRINIC, because our work is affected by the quality of the AFRINIC WHOIS database. So we work with a couple of AF-STAR organizations as well. And to introduce, and I hope that we'll have the opportunity to go a little bit further, we see the opportunity of a lot of collaborative projects that we can achieve together, mutualization of resources, leaning on each other, one another's strength, to be more productive, and for each organization to be able to deliver each mission, goals, and objectives. Thank you, Adja.
Thank you very much, Jean-Robert, and indeed we will come back and dig a little bit into what are the areas we can enhance our collaboration and cooperation in. I will move now to ISOC Africa, Verengai Mabika. As we were going along, of course, some global organizations have now set up, regional entity in the region, and ISOC is one of them. So we'll hear from Verengai. Verengai, the floor is yours. Verengai, are you still there? Yeah.
Yes, I'm there. Can you hear me clearly?
Yeah, we can hear you. We cannot see you though, but we can hear you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Adu, and greetings, colleagues. It's a pleasure to be joining colleagues. I'm joining this call from Harare, Zimbabwe. And once again, my name is Verengai Mabika. I'm Senior Policy Advisor for Africa with the Internet Society. So,
seems like we have lost Verengai audio.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can, but seems like we have lost. your audio for a few seconds.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah, I think it looks like my connection is not very stable, and this is one of the things that we are working on at Internet Society, trying to make sure that everyone is connected and they have a resilient and reliable connection to do anything that can do online, including all the innovations that we've been seeing. So Internet Society is worked very actively in the African region, and most importantly, is a very strong community on the ground that we call Internet Society chapters that are spread across 32 African countries. And this is one of the things that we also bring to the AIS Stars, this active community of members, both individual members and chapter members, that are contributing to the discourse in their different countries, all related to some of the issues that my colleagues have mentioned, capacity building. Most importantly for us, we also think that the internet standards and protocol process is secure and is guaranteed, so that we continue to have an open, secure, and trustworthy internet. Let me pause there and respond to some of the questions that you would ask. Back to you.
Fantastic. Thank you, Berengai. And last on the panel, but not least, we'll pass the floor on to Didier Nkurikulu from Smart Africa. Didier, if you are online, the floor is yours, and your slide will be rolled by the secretary.
Thank you very much, Adiel, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Didier. I'm the Chief Technology and Innovation Officer at Smart Africa. I will expand a little bit more about the Secretariat through a short presentation. It's really an honor for me to come and to share the work that we're doing, and also recently the collaboration that we have with Afrinic, one of the members of AFSTAR. I'd like to first apologize because there was also an event in March. We didn't have, unfortunately, the opportunity to join you, but it's really an honor to be part of this and to contribute to the larger Africa internet ecosystem. For those who are in the room that haven't heard yet about Smart Africa, Smart Africa is a Pan-African organization headquartered in Kigali in Rwanda that was formed or created in 2013. And I'll share with you the journey with the support of the technical team that is supporting with the PowerPoint. So I'll ask maybe that we move to the next slide. So once Smart Africa, why is Smart Africa in place? Is because we believe that there is a new story which is not told about Africa. Africa has been, the story of Africa is incomplete. Today we see emerging economies, we see the 6 out of the 10 fastest growing economies are in Africa. And in the World Bank report, we've seen consistently for the last few years, at least half of the top reformers, the World Bank is of doing business reports in the index, were from Africa. And Africa also is a home of a young and fast growing urbanizing population with big unmet needs, especially the youth. We have untapped resources and new innovation with the human capital to unleash it, and also a rapid adoption of digital and mobile technology, creating a leapfrog opportunity. So specifically with mobile money, as we all know, it started in Africa and has been expanding and working now across multiple continents, and we still account for the largest number of transactions, not only number of transactions, but also volume. Next. So this story about Africa, can move to the next slide, please. The story about Africa is something that comes at a specific context also. Today we have the African internet economy that is expected to reach 180 billion by 2025. We have a market of 1.3 billion. We all know that, and expected to almost double by 2050. And connectivity stood for about 40% of the population in 2019, and 45% of the population will be living in cities. And the youth under the age of 30 account for about 70%. And it's an opportunity that Africa has by working together, uniting, using the digital technologies or the digital transformation, create really a single digital market which will benefit the people and the businesses. For the people, they'll be able to buy and sell goods and services from all African countries, attract investments from both African and external investors, and therefore fostering greater growth and job creation, but also improve the quality of life for every citizen using technology. And for business, it allowed them to buy and sell in a perspective of a 1.3 billion market size, and business can start, grow, innovate, and compete on fair terms. Next. So as much as we have this opportunity, next slide, we still have some challenges. Today, when you look at Africa, over 50 countries, each of the countries have their own specific legal regulation and regulatory framework, but also their specific policies. It's really policies are aligned with the geographical space of a country, as well as legal and the laws and regulation. And there's limited cross-country infrastructure. We still rely on infrastructure of non-African infrastructure and product. A very simple example: if you call from Rwanda to Cote d'Ivoire, most likely your call will first go through London or Amsterdam or India or the internet. And the same that's the same what happened today with flight when the aviation. We most often, while traveling to another African country, we have to travel first out of Africa to Europe or to Asia or to Turkey and come back to Africa. So we're not strongly into the required infrastructure is not really, we have some level of infrastructure, but we are not really integrated as we wish to be. And the digital market are largely national and do not benefit the scale of the continent, and also the level of skills is still relatively low, with an average of 8% of digital literate skills. So when you also expand on the trade, we only represent about 18% of African exports in terms of intra-African trade. But when you look at Europe, our direct neighbor, intra-European trade represents approximately 69% of all European exports. Next. And this is also, it's a challenge, but it's also an opportunity. We can actually unlock our potential through a single digital market, and that's where Smart Africa comes in with a vision of bringing countries together, create a single digital market by 2030. It's very ambitious. It's only 8 years ahead, but we have seen countries in motion. We've seen encouraging signals coming from the top leadership of the different countries, from a vision that really started in 2013. And the mission is to drive Africa's digital transformation agenda, not just public sector, because that has been the traditional approach. We believe that the large ecosystem, the multi-stakeholder approach involving public sector, private sector, international organization, not-for-profit organization, and platform like AFSTAR would help achieve that agenda. Next. And a little bit about the story. This picture that you can see on the screen, it's a picture which was taken in 2013. Seven head of state met in Kigali. They announced this initiative during the Transform Africa Summit, and the 5 principles that you can see on the screen. What it simply says that they're committed to really drive this transformation by bringing together private sector, public sector, and the larger ecosystem, including organizations like AIS'22. Next. And I'll try to summarize in about a minute and a half, just to say that today is about 32 member states which are parts of Smart Africa and is still growing, with the latest being Mauritania and Sudan joining. And next slide also shows that it's not only member states, also private sector members are part of the Smart Africa Alliance. And I'm sure you recognize several logos of organization, be it private sector companies, academia, but also organization, partnering organization and development partner. Next. Our governance structure is a bit unique. You'll see that we have main organs and consultative organs. On the left side, we have the board composed of head of state for all the 32 countries, plus members of the private sector and some international organizations like the ITU and the AU. We have the steering committee where ministers sit, plus also the private sector and partners, and then the secretariat which implement this vision. And on the right side, consultative organs involve ICT ministers because they are custodian of most of the agenda at the national level, but also the regulators that you can see below it, as well as the Africa, the agencies in charge of infrastructure, the information society agencies, and also the private sector also, which is another forum. Next. And this mix, of course, bring a great mix because we are able to jointly construct this agenda. So the next couple of slides will just tell you that it's a big puzzle. Digital transformation is huge. It can't happen. There's no silver bullet to fix to do that. So we have all. It's like a big puzzle, and every country and every partner has a part of the puzzle, but it's brought together in a very harmonized way. So Rwanda, for example, will take the Smart Cities Initiative. Cote d'Ivoire will be cybersecurity. Senegal will be data protection. When you go to Ghana, it will be cross-border payment. You go to Uganda, it will be big data, and so on and so forth. So really, the big every piece of the puzzle is led by one member, but they bring all the best mind behind that topic, so that they can get the best insight from public and private sector. And as I conclude to the next slide, next slide again. This is just the list of projects. Next slide. We implement different projects. You'll see that there's been a growth of projects. I'll not go into the details. I think during the conversation I'll expand a little bit more. And next. And then I'll probably finish by there. So I think that's the last picture that I wanted to share with the audience, is that you'll see the different pillars, the cross-border initiatives, the building blocks, the different initiatives from smart cities, digital health, agriculture, and so on. But also you'll see what we call building blocks like connectivity, which is key, critical, cloud and data centers, smart devices, blockchain, digital ID, digital payment, and so on. So it's, as I said, it's a big puzzle, and everyone brings really its strength to build this vision of single digital market. So I will probably pause here and later on pick on some specific question. Thank you very much, and looking forward for the engagement that will follow. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Didier. Very comprehensive, and thank you as well for enlightening the audience of what Smart Africa is and what its goal is. Now we'll start with my first question, which is the crux of the matter here, which is enhancing collaboration and cooperation among organizations that make the AIS' ecosystem. We have here from some organizations. There are many others that are part of the AIS' and that has different goal, different mission, different community. So my first question will be very, very straight and very sort of the point, which is from what you have seen and hear from the different other groups where AIS' start from today. What are the areas do you think that the AIS' should work and collaborate more on? We see new organizations joining as well. We see the internet ecosystem evolving with, new topic, new communities. So which area can we focus on as ISTAR to strengthen that cooperation? Jean-Robert, can I throw this at you to start with?
So I will not name a specific work item, but however, as I listened to Prof in the beginning, to Andile, to Pierre, both Pierre and yourself as well, I see that we are all ambassadors and makers of AIS'22. From listening to various organizations, what I've noticed is that each organization has built its ecosystem critical to that organization resiliences. But however, each organization are working on a couple of projects much needed for those or each organization, community, and ecosystem. And I see that there are many opportunities for cross-project work, and that it will be interesting to have a better interaction to understand what each organization is doing and what us as a member of ISTAR, where we can help and support, where some of us have some strength on things that others need or others are working on, and define a framework that can allow us to bring those capabilities, those resources, those knowledge, those skills that the other organization have, so that we can even define a way to work together, co-own projects, share ideas, and making an effort also for openness and transparency in the way we talk to one another, so that we can be able to build more collaborative projects, but also, and what I have in mind, based on what Africa Cert does, is to ensure, as we are working on the project and on different initiatives together, that we look at the resiliency of those different activities that we are conducting together. I will stop there, and I will be happy to move forward if there are additional questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean-Robert. And I just pick one word from your last sentence, which is resiliency. And I think we'll have some other to pick up. So the next, Angela, from AFTLD perspective, where do you think that the AFSTAR can be of value to maybe strengthen AFTLD, or if there are other initiatives that you think that the AFSTAR organization can take to reinforce their work together and to promote some of the key principles that it's adhere to?
Okay, thank you. Let me just appreciate the answers that Jean-Robert has given. Similarly, I do believe that we need that, continuarism, if I may put it that way. So if we've got initiatives in place, we do need to ensure that they're sustainable. And this is not just only through shared resources in terms of human resources, but it also speaks to the financial aspect as well. So my contribution to this would be that we need an active voice, that speaks to governments and different development parties, so that we can diversify what we already have. It's the work won't go on if we always have the same people showing up for the same AF-star organizations. As technology diversifies, we also need to speak to those who wish to come on board and have a value proposition of what AF-stars are about, and see if we can't get that support from governments and the different development partners. We also need to have strategies that speak to handing over the work to younger people. Someone did mention youth. Some presentation was also made yesterday by .tz, where initiatives, actively are put out there to involve women and young children. So we need to have such diversity within the AF-star organizations, so that as we represent that one voice from those that we represent in different domains. We know it's from a diverse point of view. So yeah, that would be my 2 cents to it.
Thank you very much. And I pick from what you just say, diversity. Try to work on project and initiative that can support and enhance the diversity within the AF-star group. I'll move to Didier. Didier, your organization, Smart Africa, bring in a different perspective into the AF-star ecosystem because it has a strong government angle tied to it. And actually, to piggyback on someone's question from Dave Kisunduyao, which is how can a platform like the AF-star be part of what Smart Africa is doing, which is where does the technical community that has been at the forefront in many angles to support the development of the internet as technology fit in to the picture, and how can the Smart Africa as well come in to help recognize the effort and the work that the technical community has been doing? Yeah.
Thank you very much, Adiel. I think this discussion is very, very important. And like, first of all, to salute the work which has been done by the different organizations from, I'll say the very early stage of the internet in Africa, be it Afrinic, AFNOG, ISOC, and the other organization. Something that is commendable. I think we've got the effort that has been made so far is commendable. And like, first of all, to say a word of appreciation for that. I think it was also at a time where government were not really understanding the importance of the internet. When you look at that time, policy and strategy were almost inexistent in the digital sector in the early 2000s. Now, since then, in the late 2010, early or middle of the decade that's also just finished a couple of years ago, we've seen a big interest. I'll talk now on the public sector side, to be more on the forefront, because the world is actually changing. Whereas in the past we had big gaps in infrastructure. There's been a lot that has been done. We've managed to have some of the resources not at the same scale as others at other continents, but we have an opportunity to really leapfrog, not really go on a catch-up, trying to catch up from other continents, especially we're talking about here the large economies like the US or China. We, Africa, by coming together and working together, we can actually accelerate this transformation. And we missed the first three industrial revolution. I think the fourth industrial revolution is an opportunity for us to be not on the on the back seat, but really be on the driving seat. So in this context, we're working with, we started engaging with Afrinic since I think about 2 years ago. It just came at a time where we're in the middle of just before COVID. And we're stepping up our engagement plan with Afrinic to see how we can really strengthen the work which is being done. And by Afrinic, I understand, of course, the large ecosystem, because Afrinic is part of the AF-STAR, to strengthen internet governance, to ensure that the resources we have in Africa are used also for Africa. That's very important. And also beyond that, we would like also to mobilize more of the public sector, because we know that you also have the African group, the government working group, and we're aware that there are still a lot of opportunity for collaboration and participation from government. Remember, governments, they are the one who are working on policies, on regulations, and they need to be able to be at par with the understanding of what internet governance at large. So, and then beyond what they are doing also at national level, what we are bringing what we work with countries now is to make sure they always keep the African perspective, because the last decade or the last 2 decades focus were always national, domestic. Now we have an opportunity to really always push on policies and regulation that are African in perspective. Of course, protecting the national infrastructure, having a focus on infrastructure is important, but it should not be the only view. We need to really look at the larger view, because we talk about a 1.3 billion people market, which is huge, much bigger than a 5, 10, 20 million, or except a few countries like Nigeria and Egypt and Ethiopia, which they have over 100 million to 200 million. Majority of our countries, you go to a country like Gabon, is 2 million people, 1.5 million people. Rwanda is 12 million people. You go to Kenya, it's probably 50 million people. So if we come together, we have a stronger market. So we would like to rely with also on you and to be more involved. And that's the reason why I wanted Smart Africa is in this panel, and I wanted also to share this message, is to say that we would like to collaborate. We'd like to support the work you're doing. We like also Africa to have its own agenda. What is our agenda as a continent? I think there's nothing wrong in having our own agenda. We should not be driven by others' agenda, and it's also fine for other people to have their own agenda, but what is our own agenda? And maybe that's also a call that I'm putting for all of us here, Smart of course included, as part of this AF-STAR conversation. What is our agenda as Africa? We have core strength. Each of the organizations in AF-STAR has specific strength and capabilities, but how can we create and foster a strong agenda for Africa? It's a question I don't have an answer, but I think it's something that we can co-create together so that we can really clearly clarify our agenda and implement. So I'll stop by here, but that was the perspective I wanted to bring in this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Didier, and thank you for that perspective. And going back to the first two presenters who talk about resiliency, who talk about inclusiveness of new player, and your approach now that is about how to bring government that touch on inclusivity, that how do we bridge the gap with government, and that is a challenge in the region, and I think I'm seeing that as one possible objective or initiative to enhance our collaboration and cooperation by bridging the gap with in our engagement with government. As you mentioned, government are getting more and more interest because the internet and the digital world is becoming key in countries' economy. But here we are with all the AF-STAR organizations that have been at the forefront, gluing this thing together, working as self-driven organization and keeping the patchwork together. Now that government are coming in through brilliant initiative like Smart Africa, how can we build the bridge so that the experience that those AF-STAR organizations have had over the past 20 years are made available to you as government entity so that what you are building, rely on that experience, but not only on that experience, also on some of the key principles, which are multi-stakeholder approach and everything. So I think that is the other aspect that I'm thinking of from your intervention, which is how do we maybe work on a program to bridge the gap with government in order to build initiative that match the vision of a digital Africa generally. We are very close to the time that is assigned to this panel. I will give the last word in that specific area to AIS' Africa, 1 or 2 minutes, if you can give a brief idea of what AIS' Africa is doing. Or can we do with AIS' Africa in enhancing collaboration and cooperation within the FSTAR?
Thanks, Adil. A very interesting perspective that my colleagues have shared. I think one interesting opportunity that I see that is very close to us is that the African Union Commission, for example, recently launched the digital transformation strategy for the continent. And probably this could be one idea of connecting with an intergovernmental institution. I also think that my colleague.
Yeah, we are having a problem with your connectivity, Rengai.
Yes, I noticed that there's a big problem with my problem. I hope you got a few ideas that I shared, but they were mostly around working with governments and sub-regional institutions like ECOWAS, SADC, because I think the role that AFSTAR is quite strategic enough to influence the process that goes on in those institutions.
Good. Thank you very much, and it's unfortunate that we are having that connectivity issue. So thank you very much, all of you, for your contribution. We don't have enough time to dig further into all of this. We have already started a little bit late this panel. We tried to save about 10 minutes, but I would like to thank you, and I will conclude by reinforcing those points that I have catch from your different intervention, which is how do we make sure that we work all together to ensure resiliency of the ecosystem with the different organizations. Secondly, how do we make the platform more inclusive, allowing new players in the environment to come in, so that we can, together with organizations like Smart Africa, work toward a vision for the region around the digitalization of the region, using the internet, of course, which the AFSTAR organization have had more than 20-year experience pushing and maintaining, and how also we can build initiative with the support of government, regulators, and different AFSTAR organizations to really bridge the gap between the technical community and the government and political or policymaker ecosystem, so that we build a cohesive and coherent strategy for a digital Africa. Thank you very much, all. I will stop the panel here. So in the sake of time, thank you very much for all the participants in the room, and let's follow up this probably online through mailing list discussion or at other venue. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Adil. At this point, we go to the second panel of the day. I'm inviting Alain Aina to go through the panel. The panelists are here: Nancy Dotse, Mr. Eddie Kaihura, Mike Silva will be joining us online, and Tijani Benjama. Please have your seats. Thank you. Over to you, Alain. Thank you.
Yes, I've been told that we have 15 minutes. They stole 15 minutes of our time, so we will have to manage. But let me first check if we have Mike Silva online. Mike? Will not be online. Oh, okay. So yeah, so we can proceed. It would have been great to have Mike Silva, who is Group Chief Regulatory Officer at Liquid Telecom, former ICANN board members, and it would have been great to hear Mike today. But at the same time, we have three great panelists, as you can see. Okay. The issue for us here from the panel, the previous panel, okay, which was about enhancing collaborations. Next issue for this AF Star community is how do we better engage and bring along all the potential. You saw the data from Smart Africa showing that there are billions of people here and there, and there is a huge potential. How do we bring them along? How do we attract the big muted? And how do we build a vibrant AF Star community capable of leading the future? So we have three panelists. We will give the three panelists 5 minutes, okay, to share their view, okay, on how do we increase participation, engage more. But this time we will not be looking for the challenges. We already have the challenges. We will be more looking at the solutions. And then I would like to have at least a slot 5 minutes, okay, to engage the community, because it looked like since the morning the audience has been just following and have not been given opportunity to interact. And I would also like to hear from some of the young, because if you look at the panelists, maybe people can say, oh, you want to talk about how you bring the young on board, but none of your panelists. Okay, Eddie said he's. Yeah, so what we will do is we'll start with Madame Doche, AFNOG coordinator, then followed by Tijani Benjamin, who is the executive director of Mediterranean Federation of Internet Associations, former member of ALAC and AFRALO. So I probably miss some, then you have chance to add. And then we'll not go for Mike, then we will go for Eddie, CEO of Afrinic, okay? And then we will we'll go through the closing remarks in the reverse order. So a bit of a context. On the 21st March this year, we had a virtual public AF Star meeting, and the meeting identified some of the barriers and the challenges we have in terms of participations. And I'm going to share a few of them. It has been clearly demonstrated that through the COVID-19 and the fact that we've gone virtual, shown that travel costs is not a real problem for participation, because people used to say, no, it's because I can't travel, but everything was virtual, but we have not seen any change in the participations. It has also been identified that this email-only communications and mailing listings we use to follow is not very productive. You come, okay, after you wake up, there is a long queue on the mailing list, and so it's difficult. People say it's not efficient anymore. So that there is a need to go for different engagement communication tools, okay, and even we should change the engagement style. Make the environment more friendly, okay. People feel like sometimes some of our conversation are very rude, very hostile, and we need to find a way, okay, and make the things more open and easy for newcomers to join. Because when you, let's say, for example, we have been doing this for 20 years now, for example. So newcomers we will join, okay, need some anchor, to, okay, and then also have all the means. It has been also identified that mentorship is still needed. We cannot say by now we've done enough. And it has also been identified that we need to find a way to manage conflict of interest. Yes, otherwise it can lead us quickly to capture. And also, and then last point was also that we need to find a motive for participation. So either you have a stake, you hear Andile was talking about more stakeholders. So you need to have a stake. Either you are members, either you are resource holders, or you contribute funding, or you are attached to a cause. So this is the challenges identified during last public meeting. So this panel, I want to organize this panel around a few discussion points because we don't have time. So the panelists should be asked to see if they have identified extra challenges beyond those are listed, and also how do we bring along all the stakeholders, because most of the time it's clear that the real stakeholders are not with us, they're elsewhere. How do we bring them and make them a more active participant? Okay, which tools should we use for a better engagement, and without ending in a tools war? Because these days, if you go for tools, I have my tools, you have your tools, and then how do we go about it? And how do we make the environment, okay, more friendly? And how do we stop the war of clan? Because it's happening. How do we depersonalize, okay, the discussions for more constructive? So we should stop this. I oppose, I support. I oppose, I support. So, but to something more constructive, I should be able to explain, etc. So these are my suggestions. So I will start with Madam Nancy. Madam Nancy, how can you tell us how AFNOG has been doing and trying to overcome some of these challenges, and how will the future look like?
Thanks for the opportunity. The question here is, how do we better engage the AFTA community, bringing all the potential aboard? Permit me to dwell a little bit on the AFNOG model and see how this will work for the larger community. At AFNOG, we teach an essential aspect of engagement, that is respect and merit. This virtue could be useful in engaging the larger AFTA community. We also think the hands-on technical training program teaches our engineers to talk less and work more, which contributes to engagement. AFNOG invariably is a family with shared objectives of a strike against techno-colonialism since the year 2020. Having a common shared objective is a requisite for quality engagement. We may also want to augment our programs with healthy community practices as we continue to prepare locals to participate in a larger community. We also try to instill respect to institutions we participate in and better understand how to bottom-up process its practice. In addition, we think there is a need for sufficient education and awareness creation. The current war of the clans, so to speak, in the ecosystem currently is artificial and should end. The big muted may also be a consequence of the noisy contest right now. Some of the big muted could be also ashamed, hence healthy dialogue, devoid of the acrimony would be the best option, because we have to continue to work on our goals of serving Africa. What we have now may not be perfect, but we need to preserve the Africa technical institutions and make it stronger and open to all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam Joseph, and for sharing this AFNOC perspective. And I can see, AFNOC being the capacity building org, so it has been working to improve its tracks and proofs and bring more people in. Then, okay, so I will come back to you for the closing with some specific questions. So je vais aller à Monsieur Tidjani. Je peux parler en français. Alors, vous avez assez d'expérience, dans tout ce qui est gouvernance de l'Internet, etc. Alors, avec tout ce qu'on a dit, comment est-ce qu'aujourd'hui, avec le recul, comment est-ce qu'on peut vraiment ouvrir tout ça, amener plus de gens et avoir plus de participation? Voilà, Monsieur Benjamin, pouvez-vous nous aider?
Okay, thank you very much, Alan. I'd like first to apologize for our English-speaking community. I would like to speak French so that we give the opportunity to French-speaking people to have a communication in French at least, and make use of the interpretation facilities that are very useful, I think, for everyone. Bon, Alan,
So I can't answer your question on how we can improve collaboration, but I will tell you a story. And in this story, you will find all the answers to your question. When I joined ICANN in 2008, I realized that African people in this community did not engage. I tried to find out why. I asked questions and people told me the following. We receive very long emails. We don't have time to read them. We receive emails in which there are acronyms that are hard to understand. And on top of that, the French speakers said, well, we don't understand English. And the first thing that I did not have any position at the time, is that I offered a training program for ANS, African ANS representatives. And it didn't work initially but initially everyone was smiling. They said, yes, great, thank you so much. But when it came to doing it, it was not in the budget, so we couldn't do it. When we went to the finance committee, they said, wait, what is this? We don't have a line in the budget for training at ICANN. So it took time, but I really lobbied for it. I insisted to the board, to people I knew, ICANN, the heads of ICANN, and we managed to organize this training for all the ANS representatives in Africa. And when ICANN pays $1, you can see a result. And the result was that the first meeting following that meeting, we had over 25 attendees. When before that, we only had 10 attendees, so everyone was happy. But then attendance started to drop again, and it dropped, and it dropped, and it dropped again. And here we are. So training was necessary, but it was not sufficient. I went to all the ICANN representatives in the different meetings. And I went to civil society organization representatives, and I told them, what if we organized an ICANN meeting where we talked about burning questions for the whole African continent? What would happen? We could talk about TLD, the price of applications, etc. And I told them that what they did in increasing the price was to exclude the poor. And what we did is that we had a meeting and we drafted a statement for the board. And now it's called the Joint Application Support Group. This has led to the creation of this committee, which was there to help people who wanted to engage. And since that day, all the ICANN meetings have been organized, when we call them AfriCam, it's a discussion mailing list with all the ICANN African participants. And it was a way to make sure that African voices were heard. Even if we weren't able to speak directly, at least we could meet with ICANN several times a year to talk about burning questions, to address the board of directors and all the relevant players. And we were the only entity within ICANN to do that. And there were burning policy issues that we were discussing. And I believe that this was a way. This was a tool, a means to an end. Now, you will ask me, why is this sufficient? Why can't we have direct participation? Well, I think that's because the generation we were dealing with was not a generation that was internet native. Now we need to bet on the next generation, and this is what we are doing with schools, with education programs. At Northern African IGF, we organize a governance internet school every year, and soon we will organize 2 per year. The goal is to have bachelor level students to train them with the minimum knowledge that they need so they can start having these discussions around the internet. And these people are more motivated because they already use the internet. They use social networks. They know what a tweet is. And they can read a tweet in 3 minutes. When you have a very long email, you don't read it. A tweet can help you say things in a more concise way. So this new generation is very much tech savvy. They know the internet. We have schools, and we've already been seeing results. Yesterday, we heard someone on this stage who was a student I gave a training to. He's not the only person. I can give you names of people who have attended these trainings. But I don't think it's necessary. But what we need to do is make sure that we use all the resources that we have. So we need to bet on the future. And through all the generations, we need to make sure that they also have a voice. Thank you very much to Jenny. I do believe that your story was really telling. And I do remember that time when we would go to ICANN and we would have our African meetings and we would ask, who's going to this session? Who's going to that session? So we were organizing it all. And you were right when you said that people are receiving long emails and it's too long to read. However, I don't agree with you on the fact that we are not a generation, an internet native generation. But because it's Tijani, I don't want to go against you. But now tell me the truth. How are we going to proceed? There are a lot that revolves around Afrinic. Let's be honest. Afrinic discusses the policies, and I think that a lot of people are all eyes on Afrinic. So how can we do to bring more participants, make it less hostile? Because even within Afrinic, they're still using mailing lists. So apologies. Thank you for this very thought-provoking question, and I will try to answer it. I don't have a story to tell. But more anecdotes. If you want people to visit you, you need to visit people. And as Jenga did in many countries, what we did is that we saw that people were ready to move. This is something that we have observed. And when you reach out to your customers and you talk to them, you see that they have misconceptions and they're far from the reality. We have Arabic translation today, interpretation, but I was certain that if we had French and English, that was enough. And I had to go to Egypt to a meeting when people told me a lot of people don't actually speak or understand French or English, and that you need all three languages. And then when we visited one country, one person told me, why do you need a mailing list? What about having a WhatsApp group? And we can maybe reach out to people and ask, what restaurant do you like to eat at? How do you reach out to people? And also, when you throw breadcrumbs to people, they'll fight over it. But if you ask them to bake the bread, they'll do it together. And I think that for us, if we want to work hand in hand, we need to find worthy projects. But right now, all we do is focus on comments. There are a lot of men and boys don't play with dolls. We need projects that people can work on together. And while they work on these projects, they can rebuild. Common activities, the most trivial ones, including in Uganda, for instance, where you had a genocide, even through trivial activities, this can help create these ties again to break these silos. And for boys and men to use their energy for something that is constructive. And finally, we quickly understood with my colleagues that even if we are a monopoly register for the IP address allocation, you don't have a choice. We need to work with others. But to engage people, you need to decide whether Afrinic is interesting for you or not. But it's up to you and to us to do our best to make sure that we ensure that, as I always say, it's like a restaurant. When you go to a restaurant, you go to a restaurant where the food is good, the atmosphere is nice, the music isn't too loud, and there are not bottles being thrown around your head. Otherwise, you won't go there. So it's important to make sure that together we realize that the people we visit want, and the people who come to us make the conscious choice to stick with us. Unfortunately, to avoid bottles being thrown around our head, we need to be strict. We need to be firm in our code of conduct. You always have people visiting you because you're in a mailing list. We receive insults, etc. And sometimes we receive them on social networks, but I think that these are mere attempts to distract us from our goal. And I think that what they want is for us to fail, but we need to keep moving forward. Thank you. Thank you. Well, this was indeed thought-provoking, and you said a lot. I know that there are things that are already ongoing, and that's very positive. And I believe that as a leader, you have what it takes. Oh, there was one thing else I wanted to add. You reminded me of it. I would like to say it from the bottom of my heart. We need to be humble. Humility is crucial. We are here to serve a continent. not to serve ourselves. You just called me a leader, a CEO. No, no, that's not what I am. Unfortunately, when I observe what's around us, there's a lack of humility, and this is what creates a lot of problems. And I would like to call upon each and every one of you, let's work hand in hand. It's not about you, it's not about me. As Didier showed us, 1.3 billion inhabitants will come to us. When we had the opportunity to make things stir in the right direction, what did we do? They will ask us to, we will have to be held accountable. Have we done the right thing? Or have we simply tried to show that we were the strongest ones and that we were the most clever ones? Thank you very much. Indeed. I understand for humility, but I was educated this way. I tend to respect high-ranking people. I will call you Mr. CEO, and you are a CEO. But you were right. You said it. There are traditions, but we need to, as we said earlier, for instance, we need to translate the policies in the different languages like they do at CNIC. We could have the policy document in French, English, and Arabic, so at least people can understand the text. The discussions we can manage, but at least we need people to really understand the documents that we work on. If for English as well, people don't really necessarily have the right understanding of English and the right command of English. Now, moving on to the Q&A session. Suzanne is looking at the ceiling. Do we have a little bit of time for the Q&A session? Yes? One or two?
Who is there? Daniel? Is it Daniel?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you very much. My name is Daniel Nangaka for the record. And I'm happy to say that I have been in both communities, the ICANN Afralo community and also the Afrinic community. The biggest challenge that the newcomers. And the challenge is the information that is passed on is probably incomplete information. The processes that it takes to come up with these appropriate policies that we are discussing, many of them do not understand how these policies affect the continent directly. I'll just like to say that by the time when I joined this community quite some 10 years ago, there was a plan, but the game plan kept on changing. By the time when we would come to the microcom to discuss some of these policies, there would be a pertinent reason as to why you're objecting to a certain policy and how it affects you. So the feedback that it comes to engagement, especially in the policy development processes, has to be diverse and it has to be narrowed down to what we hope to achieve for the continent. Personally, I would like to appreciate the mentorship that has been given by my elders, and actually Tijani himself, he was very instrumental in mentoring me at the beginning when I was joining the ICANN community. So this is an example that other leaders can be able to take up. But the most important thing that I want to drive at is when it comes to policies that affect the Africa region, there is a cause to fight for. And that cause can be fought for through the spirit of unity, which we call Ubuntu, and then also active engagement in the various policies. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. Next.
Alors, merci, merci beaucoup et j'ai apprécié les interventions des
statements by the ministers. I would like to add something regarding the consensual process. I think this is my personal view, but one reason why there are so few people who are active it's the level of vulgarity that's been achieved in the discussions. So they might be a discussion that's better regulated, because really we are outside the friendly or professional framework, but it's almost insolent. But if we frame the discussions better, and some people might need to be chastised, and then we can have quality discussions and get somewhere. My second point, it is how we can go towards the communities or the members. We should be able to convince them that way, because I think the perceptions of people, they tend to think Afronik is so distant. It's just for those who know about it and are initiated into it. And I think if we make an effort to achieve people, and I think that would help people have a closer approach in the community. I thought we might have another contributions here. Could we have a quick one there?
To speak with you, and if I may, we speak French also. Donc effectivement, je suis complètement d'accord avec tout ce que j'ai.
Thing I heard regarding that we need to remain humble. Thanks, Eddie, for saying that. And I will be humble because I'm French and therefore I'm not African. And so I have no, my words won't go beyond my position. So let's be constructive and let's show respect to each other. We are a community, and there are many people with different opinions and different cultures. Let's listen to each other. Let's work towards the same goal, which is a better internet. And so if the community and internet work well, everybody will be well. So what about RIPE? So here again, there are different structures, different interests, different so this RIPE community goes from Greenland to the east of Russia, including the Middle East. So as you can imagine, that there might not be conflicts, but the interests are varied. And then at the beginning, RIPE came from an academic culture where people used to pay attention to what they were talking about, but there were issues anyway. Let's not hide that. But we need to remember that the goal in all working groups that I've been involved with, to which I did something, and where we have contributors. So we're trying to listen to each other and to set aside our specific center of interest so that we can work towards the good of the community. So I will go back to my panel members. So
and maybe from the AFNOC perspective, shall we expect some new changes, some innovations, and how will AFNOC also contribute to make people more humble and more friendly?
Okay, thanks for the comments. For me, what I've taken from here is that we should engage more people. We should continue to decentralize AFNOG, create more CC NOGs, create more local NOGs so that more people can participate locally in the programs rather than waiting for one whole year to have an annual program. And I'll say the same for the female network group, that's the AFNO Chicks. So it's not only the main network group, but also for the female network group. And this is the only institutions we have. We will not say that I belong to the European whatever or the American. I'm African. That's what we have. So let's preserve the institutions we have. Let's agree to disagree. Let's judge or respect everybody's opinion, and then have consensus. Let's learn to build consensus and learn the bottom-up process so that we can grow together. There's no other way. Let's do this for Africa. Thank you.
Je vais plus dire Monsieur Benjamin, sinon ça va être trop formel. Je vais dire Tidjani. OK. Alors, je pense qu'avec tout ce qu'on a entendu, avec les contributions.
Somebody will have said that you coached him and it worked. So maybe we should send you lots of people for coaching. So what is it we need to do? Thank you very much, Alan. Thank you, Danielle, for stating that he was my mentee. So not just for ICANN, but everywhere I go, I try to teach and to support young people so they show more interest and contribute better. As you mentioned in your introduction, so mentoring is essential because it's a way of training people, but you need to support them. Otherwise, the result won't be all that good. But I think also the contribution from the community is not just based on the interests of the community, but we need to see how the community could become interested. And by that, I mean to interested in doing well, not just in attending. So just attending without contributing, that's not worth it. It's no better than if you didn't come. So an active contribution to the contents and to the topic, that's essential. So how can we interest the community to be more involved? There are many factors, as mentioned earlier. It can be much easier, as you said, in less than 1 minute. That can entice you to read a much longer document because the topic is interested. So if you get a long email straight away, you're discouraged from reading it. We might use other mentoring tools. So how can we interest the community in getting involved? To help them get involved in works, in actual piece of work. If they're not involved in, so they're not interested. So they need to be given a task, so they are more interested. That's what we do in our meetings. We build working teams, and we encourage the young people to get involved, even if they're not skilled. We tell them you're going to learn with others, and that's how they become interested and can contribute more. Thank you very much, Danielle. I think you said something very important, and I must have been nodding my agreement there. If we can bring a topic to people's interest through a tweet because it will interest them. Is it what we call a feed? So we need to send the information to people to bring them to you and to help them contribute. So that brings me to another topic. We talked about mentoring. And fellowship, what's that for? Has this, is that still working? So as we said, we need people to raise people's interest, and this should come about in the next few days.
I was a fellow 2006, wondering why is this company inviting me in Kenya? There must be a trick. But I went there and I learned a lot and I benefited a lot, not only me, but even our community. So fellowship works. And maybe we go on improving on that to make sure that you get the right one who would actually take the flame and run with it. Now, I also want to say one thing that we're seeing and trying, because let's try things. We tried Arabic. I need to see the stats, but the next aim is to see Portuguese. When I said let's have both, and it doesn't work, but we wanted to see if at least we'll have more and more participation on this. If we have more, we'll just go on. Maybe Spanish, but I don't know how many. I don't know how that will work, but I think in terms of demographic, the Portuguese is the next one after Arabic. So yes, and also aiming to keep on trying. When you try, things will fail. There are things that you try will not work, but try again and keep at it and be listening. And I think we commit to continue to listen. We commit to continue to be at it and find the right model. One of it that I'm also thinking is to even how do we recruit in the demographic? In the demographic that you have, the best that you speak to the youth, even if I say that I'm youth, I have agreed. Instagram, I let it go. So I stopped. But a lot of these young people are in Instagram. So I need to find people who have fun to be in Instagram. And I think this is some of the things that we're also going to test and see if it catch up, we move ahead with it. Thank you.
So, okay, so I think, thank you. I think we have to now wrap up because, and then, so thank you for joining this. I think it's been very productive and we will watch out to more for the coming days from AFNOG, Afrinic, and Tijani, and all of us. So, but I think for the new Pierre, I think it had been said, the opportunity for you to be mentored. Okay, so come to any of us, and then let's share our experience, and we can help. We can build together this strong and healthy community. So thank you all, and thank you very much. So Susan, I'll hand over to you. So, but maybe a round of applause. This room has been quiet. I don't know what's wrong with these people. AFNOG, Afrinic. Yeah.
It was a nice discussion, right? If we had more time, we'll have dealt with it. So at this point, I want to welcome Professor Nick to come on the high table, and we will have a community open mic session, and then after which Dr. Neil will close the session. We really don't have a lot of time, so feel free to use the chat question and answer section of the Meeteco platform, and the people who would like to speak, the mic is at the far end. Kindly queue. I want to, for anything in terms of AIS' and in terms of what has been discussed today. I want to see how many people are going to queue so that I close the queue. First come, first serve. First person has stood up. Second person. So this is how we're going to do it. We are going to have one person from on-site and then another person online on a rotational basis. Remember, this is a hybrid meeting. You want to make all those people who are at home or at work joining the meeting to have the same experience. So I'll move down to manage the online aspect. Daniel, you can start.
Thank you very much. I appreciate this day that has been going on. One thing I would like to highlight is on the various communication channels that have been exhibited. We are in the current world demands a lot of social media communication, a lot of Facebook, a lot of Zoom meetings, and a lot of whatever. Everyone has their best tools. But when it comes to collaborative approaches, I think we need a diversity in communication, and let's adopt the notion that let's leave no one behind. Previously, when I was doing my network engineering, there were those small groups that were created, but those small groups have built a lot of capacity, and there's a lot of integration of information. We are now seeing the nodes happening in every country, and most of the countries, they're growing faster and faster. And when it comes to the Afrinic, the gospel of Afrinic, I think the members here have a role to play to make sure that the communities right in our home countries, or that we live in, that we interact with, understand that they have a role to play as far as the Afrinic policy development process is concerned. Let's not limit our abilities, because together we can be able to stand for our region. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. There is still no question online, so I'll take the second question on site.
Okay, thank you. My name is Shev Ojedeji, and I'm speaking on myself. I just like to say that it may be good to also start having AF* newcomer session. Not just a newcomer session for Afrinic, not just a newcomer session for, I don't know whether AFNOC does that, I can't remember, but I think AF* newcomer session. That way, newcomers in the room or who are just online, just joining, may have the opportunity to hear from all the AFs in terms of their activities, in terms of how they can participate in a constructive way. Because I think one of the things that helped, in ICANN, is the newcomer sessions. It really helps those who just join ICANN, especially at the fellowship level, to actually get to speed on things. But I don't think we should limit it to fellowship. In Afrinic or in AF*, we should actually apply it to all the AFs, so that those who are academia, those who are interested in AIS, those who are interested in NOGs, would be able to have an idea of how they can participate, and of course, participate constructively. Thank you.
Thank you. From online, we just have a comment from Usman Musa Tessa, where he says, very sound suggestions to proceed towards engaging more the community. The queue is still open. I still have 5 more minutes, so all questions, comments are welcome.
And then I can speak. So but I'm a bit surprised that in this room of 50 people are still ashamed of coming to the mic. But very soon you will see the bigger room of thousands of people. Then you have to come to the mic. So maybe it's better you start now
rehearsing
to engage. I see some new faces. Maybe it's time for you just to come to introduce yourself and then share your feeling. I think this is a good start. It can be a good start. I see some ladies, on this side.
Yes.
So Susan, can you help me reach out to this community?
Nancy mentioned something very important, that ladies should not be left behind. So I think my voice is loud enough. At least we should have one lady speaking or taking the mic before we close this session. Let them decide. Go on, please go on. Introduce yourself and affiliation. Thank you.
Yeah, my name is Dave Kisnayol. I'm a member of the ALAC of the ICANN. I have a small suggestion to make. In ICANN, for each meeting, we do have like a social media competition. What I suggest for Afrinic also, for every meeting that you launch a competition, and then you can provide goodies to the winners. This way, you can have like the message is propagated, people posting tweets on Facebook, etc. Thank you.
Thank you. As the ladies are still thinking, there is a comment that has come in online. Benson Muite says, more of a comment. Thanks for making this available online. Travel can be a challenge and possibly engagement can grow if accessibility to events is easier. That's just the comment I've received from Benson Muite. We have a lady. I think I will settle when I have to, but applause for her. I'll settle when we have at least two, and from different countries. Go ahead, madame.
Merci beaucoup. Je vais parler en français. Je suis Gagnette Bello. Je viens du Bénin. Je suis blogueuse. Nous avons devant nous.
We have lots of important people here. So on the internet, we see that the young people doesn't realize yet the waste of time. They don't realize the usefulness of internet for its own development and the development of its community. And they don't realize their self-development and the community development and their own trade. And I would like to know the opinion. So how do you look at it? How do they realize the use of internet, and what is it we ought to do to raise their awareness for better use of internet and social networks? Thank you.
I think at this point, time is so much spent, and I thank you for this session. The open mic was pretty straightforward. I hand over to Professor Ni to take us through his closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much for such an invigorating discussion. For someone like me, there's not much more to say because community is working. And community is a very powerful tool for removing our excesses. Okay? When we are together, we all try to accommodate each other, and this is very good to see. I'm so very happy to see that. Don't be surprised to see me on Instagram, I'm there. Don't be surprised to see me on TikTok, I'm there. Afnod, Afrinic, I see Afren is here. Afren, they say connected. Anyway, you know, we want to make it fun and also, you know, there was a time that we describe as the Big Bang, which was when the Internet Ad Hoc Committee activity was going on. Sadly, I was alone from Africa. So seeing all of us here and the extent of involvement, I can only say that we've succeeded. So all the discussions we are having are about deepening our success. So don't for a moment think that we have not achieved, you know, some things. We've achieved a lot of things, but we see there are some challenges and we would like to ensure that they are resolved. There will be new challenges, and once again, we would like to ensure those are also resolved. So it's a continuous development of our community that we are looking for. And Dylan Kaba said something that was very interesting. He said the multi-stakeholder approach we are using is very powerful to help us survive evolution of internet and related technologies. And we have seen it handled the internet governance well, and he cited that we should apply the same thing to the subsequent technologies which are coming. And I think we all agree with that. But we also know that the MS itself perhaps needs to also look at its processes and its ways, because nobody said there's one way and that's it. So maybe the MS itself also needs to look at its challenges. That, for example, if you don't participate, I capture. But if you participate, I'll be afraid to even try to capture. So we have to figure out how we evolve the MS itself. Now, one of the lessons will be not to try to make a big change, but to tweak things as we go. And if we do that, we will not even notice that the MS is evolving. And you might see it's changed so gradual that you think everything is normal. Anyway, I think for me, the most powerful message I got from multiple sources is that our resources are to be used for Africa's development. With that, I thank you very much sincerely for a very successful AF Star Day. Thank you and bye-bye.
Thank you all. I'd like to request something. I really appreciate Professor Nee. So I'd like to request us to stand up and clap for him. Thank you. So without further ado, our day is over. It was nice, right? And tomorrow we look forward to another invigorating session. We will have the PPM session. And please remember to pass by the reception. There's a goodie bag for you.
So many acronyms. What is it?
This is the tech world. A lot of acronyms, actually. A lot of policy. It is policy discussion. It's a meeting on policy discussion. So this is where internet policies are discussed, and it is usually a lot of people going through the open mic for the first timers. So come on time, and we will have a good session. Thank you all, and I wish us all a good evening. Thank you.